Mhm.
Here you are.
Aaron Murphy. Coach Nelson, can you hear me?
Say it again.
Yes, I can hear you. You hear
Thank
me?
you. Yeah, I
You
was
can-
seeing if my voice was carrying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can hear you real good.
Aaron Murphy, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have us set up for closed session?
I'm about to do that right now.
Thank you.
What time?
It is 6:56.
Oh, okay. Ain't 7 o'clock yet. I seen Tryhan.
Can you go turn the TV off and then?
I had thought about that.
Trustee DeWitt, you want to give us the invocation again?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Tryhan.
Mr. Klepak,
Yes, sir.
I'm having an issue with the breakout rooms, but go ahead and start because I've got a few minutes before y'all go into your first closed session. I should have it squared away by then.
Okay. Okay, welcome to the virtual regular board meeting of the Bay City ISD Board of Trustees. This is Monday, July 20, 2020, and it is 7 p.m. Pursuant to Governor Abbott's temporary suspension of open meetings laws issued on March 16, 2020, and consistent with new state and local mandates on public health and social distancing, this regular meeting of the Bay City ISD Board of Trustees will be conducted via a Zoom, which will be audible to the board and public at the link provided at the top of the agenda notice. A quorum of the Board of Trustees will not be physically present at one location, and for safety reasons, we will not be permitting in-person attendance by members of the public or staff. You had the opportunity to submit comments for review by the Board of Trustees regarding agenda items, and to email those to Linda Estrada at the administration building by 6 o'clock today. We did not have any. This meeting is now call to order, and I'm going to take a voice vote for attendance before we move to the next agenda item. Trustee Klepak here. Trustee Cole. Trustee Manning. Trustee Nelson.
Here.
Trustee DeWitt.
Here.
Trustee Scardamai.
Here.
Trustee Tenon.
Here.
Okay, we do have 5 out of the 7 trustees in attendance. I believe Trustee Cole is attempting to get on,
Sorry.
so we do have a quorum. Meeting's now called to order. We'll have the invocation by Trustee DeWitt.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you, Lord, right now in the name of Jesus. And Father, we just thank you that we get to come together, Lord, during this time, even during this pandemic, Lord. We give you praise. And as we come together, Lord, we just pray that you give us the wisdom and the insight, Lord, to do what we need to do to further and make BCISD a better school district. Father, and that counts with all of us, all of the parents, faculty, Lord God, admin, teachers, students, everybody. And Father, we just ask that your hand be over us, that you guide us and protect us in everything. And we're always sure to give you the praise, the honor, and the glory for what you do in our lives. For it's in Christ's name we pray. And everyone said amen.
Amen. Trustee Tenon, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge of allegiance
To the
To the flag
of the United States
of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we do not have any audience with patrons for tonight. So we'll now go to item 5, and that's a monthly bond project update. And I think I saw Christine or both of y'all on participant. I see Christina.
We're both
Nope.
here.
You're both there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're up.
Okay. Well, good evening to everyone. It's good to see the faces and that you're all staying healthy and safe. Dr. Scott, we got wind that you made it to the regional rounds pool for Superintendent of the Year. Good luck in the path forward. We're here at Claycomb. We were wishing you good vibes. The project update should have been sent for Lenny Roberts on Friday. I sent that to Linda, and I'm going to start with that one. But if you've been able to drive by the site, you've seen that there's a lot happening right now. During the last month, going through the pictures, erection of the steel in areas A and B continued. By the end of last week, they started going up on area C. Area D also started in the last month. They completely poured all the building pads. The foundations are completely poured. And then by this Wednesday, they're going to be pouring the concrete deck for the second floor in areas A and B. During this time, they also began the metal stud framing for the walls, exterior walls mostly. Electrical, mechanical, and plumbing rough-ins, they started that as well. If you notice, if you've driven by in the last, I would say, week, there has been the sheathing going up as well. And the masonry walls for the gym and portion of area D is still ongoing. They expect that to continue for the next week. The concrete is for area A and B will be poured, and then they're planning to pour the finish of the bus loop drive, which is south of the building, bottom side of the building. They are planning to pour that this Thursday. And if they can, they'll get the service yard as well that same day, if everything is basically inspected and approved as it should by the city. After that, basically, you'll start seeing more of the finish out exteriors. You're not gonna see definitely the brick up until, let me see, they are saying around 8 weeks, but that is the same amount of time that it takes the waterproofer to waterproof the whole building. And yeah, basically that is it for Levy Roberts. Are there any questions? And then a good thing, they are actually a bit ahead to their original schedule. They're right now, they made it to a milestone, to a point in their progress that they now will be putting in the lead times on how long it takes for equipment to get to the site. And now the schedule will get modified to those dates. But so far they are a few weeks ahead. Any questions?
Understand they have all the steel up.
They are going on C. They still have, let me see, I don't know if in 2 weeks, they'll be pouring the deck on area C. And if they're doing that, they should be basically within 2 to 3 weeks finishing up and detailing the steel for the whole building. No other questions there? Okay. I will continue with the junior high. Basically, punch list items from the main building have been corrected and completed. Right now, the only thing missing from the main building are the 3 owner requested items. That is acoustical treatment for the reception area, turning the learning centers near the 7th grade wing into a display case, and then adding casework cabinets, uppers and lowers to workroom E26. We got pricing for that as well. We're just waiting approval whether the district wants to proceed forward with that or not. On the auditorium, the theater consultant was on site on the 23rd of last month. And basically the subcontractors are correcting the few items that he had on his list. And they're basically how the lights function, the controlling of the lighting and items like that. Last month, there was a question regarding the drainage and how there was some water ponding on the existing detention ponds. The contractor went back with the sub and they measured in every manhole. On the district side, everything is going basically downhill as it should. But when it hits the city point, the city lines are over 12 inches from that of the school. It's mostly silt and accumulated stuff. And that's why the water is really not passing past that point. And then the other item that I have listed here is the patio fence for that dining exterior area. The material should be delivered within 3 weeks for installation. Are there any questions for the junior high?
I have a question, Christina.
Okay.
How are we going to resolve this issue with the drainage? Because I get what you're saying about the city side, but from my perspective, you guys should have known that before you, I would say, built the drainage on our end so low. And it's just my assumption. I'm not an engineer, but if ours would have been above their level, wouldn't the water drain properly?
Basically, that is how it functions. If you do raise yours, then yes, the water, but if you cannot, there's a certain point that if you keep raising the level of yours, you may end up with something completely flat, and then you don't have a detention pond to retain water in case of a major flood. And if the city really doesn't clean up their side, you're just gonna have a continuous problem. I mean, yeah, you can invest more money in trying to do more things, but I mean, when it comes to design, we get the drawings and the design is made to what is supposed to be there.
So were the designs wrong on the city side?
I don't think it's wrong on the city side. I think it's just that it's not maintained and the silt has not been removed as it should be. And the water coming out from your side is just staying on your side.
Is the
And
level of the pipe where it comes under the street and goes into the drainage ditch to the city, is that lower than the elevation on our retention pond, or is it higher? The pipe that goes under the street?
that on the city side,
Yes.
but top of my head, what I remember from the drawings, they were maybe 0.0 something difference in level. So the detention pond is almost at the same level as the city line right now.
So you're
But
saying
obviously for the water, sorry.
you're saying where the problem is then is beyond the pipe that comes out from under 12th Street. Is that what you're saying?
12th Street is the one south, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then I just got a message. Let me see. So yeah, basically, if something needed to be done, it would be on the city side, and the storm drain will need to be redone. And same on the school side. If you wanted to raise that whole line on your side, basically you'll need to go, all that underground line needs to be raised up. Not just the detention pond. If you want it to match what's on the city side.
Well, I think that was going to be my next question, Christina. With the numbers that the city gave y'all in regard to, well, the numbers, the actual factual numbers, and it being off, who's responsible for going to the city and saying, hey, look, these numbers are off? I mean, there's a lot of silting, there's a lot of debris that's there, and it's causing water to back up on the school side. Now, is that the school district's responsibility to go to reach out to the city, or is it y'all?
It's the school district and that side, and I know the contractor has reached to them as well.
Okay.
And basically they just hit a wall. And I know Stuart has reached out as well, and I believe Dr. Scott has at some point.
Okay.
So I don't think it's lack of communication from the district or the contractor to the city. It's just probably there's not enough complaints or it's
Right.
I don't know. Yeah.
No, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
I cannot state a cost there, to be honest.
So
Yeah.
Christina, how much would the job cost right there in that ditch to get this done? I mean, how much work is it?
To raise that line, that storm drain, I cannot say top of my head.
You're gonna raise
You
the
would-
low.
You basically need to dig that line, that new line, and raise it. And then basically it needs to be, the ponds will need to be regraded So you basically have to drop the necessary drop for the water to actually move out.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean, you're saying that that's what we would need to do if the city doesn't go and fix their side of
Yeah.
all the silting
And-
and debris.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and
we
we
really, I mean,
honestly, we don't recommend you do it. I mean,
yeah.
No, I know.
That doesn't-
I was asking on the city side. I mean, what
Oh,
does
on
the
the
city?
city
Yeah,
side.
not on our side, on the city side. I mean, how hard of a job is that, or for what the city needs to do? Because it doesn't sound like much.
To be honest, I mean, it's just their maintenance, so they should just be doing it.
Right.
I
Same, I think we take-
Okay.
I mean,
so
they can
wait-
clean out the silt, yeah, but I don't know the exact price. I mean, I know Dallas at some point mentioned something that they can do. There's some kind of washout that can be done. It's a pressure press process, and it may help. But the price exactly in money amount, I don't know top of my head.
All right. So
I can look for it.
Yeah, let's try and get that information. Let's see how much that will cost on the city's end, and then how much time it takes. Because at one point, I thought I had a good understanding of this, but the more we talk, the more confusing this gets to me. I'm thinking if you dig the city's ditch a little lower, and this is kind of put it in simple terms, then our water level will be above theirs and it would drain easily.
Provided that line under going from our retention pond to that point is not silted in.
Exactly.
Right. Right.
So they basically have to remove the silt from that line that goes under 12, and then basically they'll have to clean up that ditch that runs along 12 past Nichols.
All right, so my probably one of my last questions is, when you guys started to build this detention pond, did you not run some kind of camera through that tube to see if it was clean?
Oh boy, I do not remember that pass back. I definitely.
Yeah, I'm not an engineer, but I'm thinking if I'm gonna build something and expect water to run through it, I want to make sure that it's as clean as possible from my sending end. And I'm thinking about this because if we could possibly, I know the dish is still a problem, but we're making some assumptions about the pipe under the street being clean. And we don't really know if it's clean. I mean, what do you call those little cameras? A little snake or something that you can send down there to push through to see if it's clean? I don't know. But we don't want to just keep making assumptions about why the water is standing. Now, we went from it being the ditch to now it could be the pipe under the street, which is a possibility that we don't even know. So we haven't kind of exhausted all of the issues until we actually figure that part out as well. That's just my opinion. Again, I can't really tell you how to do your job, but it seems like a little more details about, from our side all the way to the city side. I think that we need a little more information.
Christina, let me ask you. I mean, is that accurate? Because I don't know if, for instance, when you're talking about the pipe under the street, there shouldn't be any debris or any blockage from the water draining from the school to the city side. Is that correct?
There shouldn't be.
And because that's what we installed. So that's new, that's graded. I mean, that's everything that we put in. So really
we installed basically to the north side of 12. We tied in right at 12. On the north side of 12. That portion under 12, that is the city's.
Okay. So, and just to be clear, there shouldn't be anything blocking from the school district side to the city because that's all new. Is that correct?
Exactly. And it's not blocking
From the
school of the detention ponds all the way to the city where it ties into the city. It is clean.
Right.
And it's
just
not
the city side.
Mm-hmm.
So that's from the
basically
street on our side to the ditch on the south side.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
I said, you tied into a pipe that's on the north side of 12
Mhm.
to go under the street to the south side of 12 to the city's ditch.
Yeah, and that's where the ditch is.
Okay.
But the
Oh.
line under 12 is the cities.
It's cities, but all of our lines are new. On
Yes.
this
Yes.
side, right. But we don't know if we tied into maybe a silted line under the street from the city. In a sense.
Basically.
Okay.
But let me, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but just so we know, here comes the water coming out from the school district, and it's coming into the city side. Here's the city side. So it drains off, no problem, no water on the school side. But what you're saying is that it's built up, that it goes up a little bit higher, so the water is coming back this way towards us. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
It's staying there.
Gotcha.
That's the problem. Are there any other questions on that item or anything on the junior high? Okay. Well, I'm gonna continue with teen homes. Oh, someone said something. Okay, so teeny homes, basically all the punch lists are corrected. Anything test and balance commissioning regarding the controls, HVAC units has been corrected. The only pending item there right now is a bench that we requested to be added. There was an issue in an area that may not be compliant with ADA, so we requested a bench to be added, and this is in where the new and the older building connect. That ramp, there's gonna be benches on both sides now. Any questions on teeny homes?
I'm sorry, I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of people asking me, and not a lot of people, but I got quite a few people asking me. They're wondering why Teeny Homes, beautiful school, looks great and everything else, but why they never factored into the cost to paint the roof from red to blue.
I wasn't on the planning process on that school. Maybe Mr. Klepak may be able to give more information on that since he was on that portion, or Christine. I don't know if Francis is connected. I haven't seen him, but I
First
do not
of
know the
all,
answer. I can look for it if no one knows it. Yeah.
the reason that wing is still there was to save between $2 and $3 million on the cost of the project. Number
Sure.
one, because it was only as old as the high school, basically. And the color of the roof is actually a bone of contention, being it's red. And I know we had discussions about painting that roof, but I think that as the high school is needing the roof replaced, it's probably not going to be too long that section will need to have its roof replaced, at which time you could put whatever color you want on there.
Sure. Just needed to put that out there so that way the question was asked.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know it has been commented. I didn't know, but thank you, Mr. Klepak, for that information. Any other questions on teeny homes? Okay, I will continue to the stadium. After the last board meeting, the certificate of occupancy was actually provided to the contractor. I know the contractor is trying to request the paperwork itself, so it can be sent to the district. We know that is needed for insurance purposes. Basically, what has been happening there for the last month, the technology consultants finalized their walkthrough for their punch list on the 8th of this month. And currently the technology subcontractor and Daktronics are correcting a few items that were noted there. The ceiling for the locker room, the varsity locker room, it actually got delayed whole month because the manufacturer actually tested positive for COVID and basically was shut down for the last few weeks. The exterior letters that were items as requested by the district should be installed by the end of this week, and the epoxy flooring was completed, but it is not anti-slip, and it's not the same texture as the restroom where it's adjacent to. So the subcontractor will be on site this week to take a look at it and basically make corrections. Other than that, there's everything else at the stadium has been completed. So the items that are pending other than the ceiling are basically owner requested items.
All right, Christina, we're gonna need to have a higher fence at the stadium. Coach Tryon just told me that we had a couple students along with their dog run around on the football field a couple days ago. So the no trespassing signs are not helping. So where we have the fence where it's probably waist high for me, and I'm gonna assume that maybe 3 feet, we need to double that on the back end of that field. We need to have a fence that's at least 6 foot, at least 6 feet high all the way around.
Okay, so where you have the 4 feet fence, you want it to be 6 on the basically south side.
Yes.
6 or 7, because we want to discourage people trying to climb that fence. I mean, you put it at 6 foot, they're gonna climb it, or put something where they can't climb the fence.
So basically, what you have towards the north side, that's all a 6-footer. Do you want to match that height, or do you want it even higher than that?
Well, what's at the old stadium right now? Is that a 7-foot fence or is that 6?
Good. I don't.
It's probably a 6 foot.
It's probably 6.
I can't see. I'll be glad to go measure it. I know I can't see over it, you know, and I know Dr. Scott's taller than I am, so I'm telling you, it's taller than 6 foot. We go see what we have at the old place, and then, hey man, we're looking at the right thing, because I'm talking, that's a long time ago, but we didn't have to worry about hauling people off of that dang stadium.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
it's not a big deal. It's a big deal when somebody's going to get in there and mess up a $2 million field.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, just for spite. And I'd hate to see that.
That's understandable, definitely. Yeah, I'll request the pricing from the contractor. And basically I'll coordinate with Stuart to get the height of that other fence on the junior high, to make sure that it is the same height and that it all matches.
That would include the gates also.
Okay. Wait, the smaller gates that are from the bleachers to the field are the ones you're mentioning?
Yes, on the south side of the stadium. Is that right, Coach Straw?
Yes, sir. Anywhere somebody can climb in and do some damage, we need them raised.
So
I'm not telling you that's going to stop them from climbing it, but it's going to tell them, hey man, we don't want you climbing this fence. I went out there Saturday. He just took his dog and lifted it over the fence, and then he jumped over, and his girlfriend jumped over. So you know they're not high enough. And of course they were real nice. Went over there and told them, hey man, this is private property. Y'all can't be on it. Yes, sir. We're sorry. And they got right out of there. The little girl was a pretty good athlete from what I can see.
So wait, do you also want the ones that are basically in front of the concession, between the bleachers, concession and track, those are 4 feet, those raised as well? Or just the ones that are directly to the exterior, basically not related part of the field?
I would look at the exterior. Because
Okay.
even like where you take the tickets, you have a gate right there that you have that kind of
Yeah.
discourages you. That's one. But then I know you're talking where you have the push bar to go into the next part that's surrounding the field.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're concerned about that. We just don't want
Okay.
them getting into from the exterior part.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's it.
Just wanted to make sure because I know those are 4-footers too. So I had to make sure. Anything else on the stadium?
Coach Trahan, do you have any concerns on any other items at the stadium?
No, sir. It's a beautiful place. I think we just want to play in it. We just want to go.
I hear you.
Everything else looks good.
Good. And the last project is not bond project, but it's happening and we're basically helping there is the high school roof. They have made very good progress. They have made it around a 60% progress on roofing itself. Today, while we were there, they were detailing because they were expecting rain. I don't know if it ended up raining or not, but if they have over a 60% chance of rain, they basically cannot risk having all the guys in the roof working, but they had some guys doing some detailing for the metal panels. If you have been driven by, you've noticed that they actually started putting up the metal panels around the auditorium portion of the building. And I mean, they look very good. Basically, they are going to continue doing that and hauling off and working a lot to meet the deadline and have everything done for the date they said they would. But yeah, and then basically I got a proposal for how much it would take to certify the high school itself and how long. I will send that out. I can send it right after this meeting, but basically TDI changed the rules a little bit and it's a bit more restrictive as of this month. On the requirements to certify an already built building. Sorry for the redundancy there, but basically they are being more restrictive on the requirements that need to be compliant in this building and the investigation to get it certified. It is very thorough. But basically, Lynn Engineering is proposing it's going to take until May of next year to complete their certification, and that is approving them like basically tomorrow, and they'll start working and it will take them until May for a total of $120,000 to get it certified. And I know Mr. DeWitt had a few questions last time. Just to clarify, basically the new roof can be certified, but TWIA, which provides you with the insurance, will not give you the insurance if the building the roof is not certified with TDI.
So we can get the roof. I apologize. Go ahead.
So you can get the roof certified, yes, but then the benefit of getting it certified is getting the insurance through TWIA, and they're not gonna give you an insurance if the building itself is not certified.
So basically, well, yeah, we're getting a new roof. So I mean, okay. I'm just trying to do some. Okay. So here's my thought. So if we get the certification on the roof only, they won't insure us, will they?
TWIA will not.
Okay.
But you can continue with your private insurance as you have the building right now.
Okay. But if we go back and if we get the certification on the new structure and the WPIA certificate on the new roof, TWIA will accept it.
Yes.
Okay. So we need to determine if spending $125,000 is beneficial to the district if we're going to be able to save that much money over the long haul. Okay.
Yeah, in insurance, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll send the proposal so everyone can read it. I'll send it to Linda, and Linda can forward it to everyone. So you can all have the information in the proposal and look at it. And if you have any questions, definitely you can send them back to me and I'll be happy to respond back.
Very good.
Okay. Any other
What
questions?
What is the timeline to get the high school roof completed?
For what we're doing right now,
Yeah.
they're saying, well, basically the date they should have it completed is September 1st. They have a few weather days that basically those get added. I think right now they're at 10 weather days. So I would say completed October. It should be completed by October, including the skylights.
The roof.
The roof, yes.
Now, so I assume there's a builder's risk for the work being done on the roof right now?
The contractor has their own, yes.
Okay. Okay. Good deal.
Yeah. That is part of the requirements during their bid.
Very good.
Any other questions?
Yeah, can I come back one more time to the stadium?
Yep.
I feel bad about saying this, but who was there when we needed to put the broad jump pit, the triple jump pit, the pole vault pit, the shot put pit? We had to put why didn't we put all that in with the stadium?
So it comes down to cost. Basically, if in my understanding, I wasn't on this meetings, but my understanding per memos and asking the contractor and Francis that were there at that time, basically the field house wasn't originally on the original plans on the cost when it came to the cost. And it comes down to that difference. I think it was like a $200,000 difference, and it was the field house or the field events. Right now, for those items that you mentioned, the contractor already requested pricing for a triple jump with two pits. A pit on each side, long jump, pole vault. So you'll get 3 runways, pits on each side, and relocating the shot put pad to south of that area, closer to where you want, but not including any site work or sidewalks or anything, just the runways and pads. It comes down to $190,000.
What company is that? That's the only bid we got?
They requested it from 2 different contractors. That's Target Sports.
Okay.
Bainan with Target. If you want it, Hellas, they are typically a little bit more.
All I'm saying is we're taking 200,000 and putting it 200,000. What, the money was there, the money's there now. Why didn't we just build it? When we also got I'm gonna tell you what else we got. We got the finish line on the wrong side of the dang stadium. I mean, I can get my track guys out here and we'll go boom, 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 boom. Not your fault, not my fault, but that was some poor planning done on that right there. I mean, the first time I got here and went out there, that's all they jumped on me about. Coach, have you ever seen this? Have you ever seen this? I said, hey, we weren't here, guys. That's all I can tell you. It's not you. I know it's not you, but I'm just telling you some problems that when we're going to come time to run finals and that sun's coming hitting everybody in the face right there, I'm going to be the guy going to have to take the complaints. And there's going to be some complaints. And of course, there's nothing we can do. When we're putting all our jumping pits are outside of the fence. We'll have every Tom, Dick, and Harry going to come out there and be jumping on those pits. Those pits cost a lot of money, as we can tell. I dang sure don't want people just going out there cutting them with a knife. And the reason I'm saying this, I've been at places, brand new stuff. a week later, they've got all cut up with knives because you got a bunch of hoodlums out there. You know, we gotta do stuff that's going to protect our property. That's all I can tell you.
So quick question, Coach. Since we're already talking about tearing down the fence on that side and building something else in, is it a way to extend the fence and kind of encompass the stuff that you're talking about within the land that we're talking about?
Not knowing where they're going to put it, I don't know. But if they put it close enough where it could be, yes, it could.
Okay.
I can,
Come out there with them anytime, and let's just walk out there and show me where you want to put it, and I'll be able to tell them we can bring that fence around it.
I can prepare a very fast sketch and send it to you, Coach, and you can look at it and showing where the fence is. The price that we're showing is not including a new fence. But if we're already requesting a price for increasing the fence size, the height of the fence, we might as well just include it all as one proposal.
I agree, because this.
So you're gonna have to put it on the south side, aren't you, Coach? You're gonna have to put the pits and stuff on the south side, right?
We're on the visitor side. That's where we're at. Everything.
So you want to put it behind the visitor side or behind the
it's
full board?
Be on the south side where the short fence is.
Okay.
That's where it's going to be, on that side. Starting on the visitor side, we're just going to go along the fence right there. I thought close enough where we can enclose it.
I got you.
Okay.
I'm here. Just come. Let's Coach come see us over here. I'll be glad to go out there and look at it. You know.
Yep. I'll definitely, and I'll prepare a sketch very fast and send it to you, and you can look at it. And next time that Christine is on site, she can meet you there.
Fine. That'd be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
That's good.
Thank you, Coach, for that input.
Yes. Any other questions? You guys have a good evening and rest of the meeting. The next board meeting, Christine definitely will be presenting, and maybe two or three more after that one. But yeah.
Are congratulations in order yet or not quite?
Not quite.
Okay.
a few extra days to go.
Well, good luck. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Thank both y'all for being with us tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate having us. And I mean, if there's any questions, even after we leave the meeting, just send us an email and we'll be happy to answer or give us a call.
Thank you. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you too.
Okay, we'll go to items of business. Item A, resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of approximately $3,205,000 in aggregate principal amount of Bay City Independent School District Maintenance Tax Note Series 2020, securing the payment thereof by authorizing the levy of an annual ad valorem maintenance tax, approving and authorizing the execution of all instruments and procedures related thereto, including a paying agent / registrar agreement and a purchase contract, and approving the form of an official statement. Mr. Lewis Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Klepak. You guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Scott, my pleasure to be with you again tonight. Lewis Wilkes with U.S. Capital Advisors. I think we have a handout that we're going to try to put on the screen at this point. I think Mr. Murphy is maybe putting it on the screen. Is that right, and I was going to walk through those numbers.
I have one of my technicians with Rick Johnson, who's going to be sharing his screen for you.
Thank you. We'll wait for that to get put up and then we'll start.
And you guys see the screen?
I'm muted.
I just unmuted you. Hey, Aaron, can you hear us? Do you see the screen here?
Yes, sir. I got you. No, your screen is black.
Okay, it says I'm sharing the screen. You're sharing your screen now. Zoom is sharing a window.
Okay, go ahead and stop the share and then share your screen again and reselect that PowerPoint once it's all the way open. Open your PowerPoint completely, then share your screen.
Okay, there we are. So this is the report on the result of our competitive notes sale that took place today regarding the $3,045,000 of maintenance tax notes. If you'll go to page number 1 and just slide down the screen there. This is a timetable of events that we're have been working on. Today we took bids. If you'll go on down to the bottom of that screen there, we took bids today at 11 o'clock on July 20th. If you guys approve the resolution before you tonight, we will be able to complete this sale and deliver the notes on August the 13th. They're on page 2. So that is our timetable. We should be done and have funds delivered to you guys by the 13th of August. Page 3 is a distribution list just of all the parties involved in the transaction, and just lists everybody that was involved in the transaction in case you need to reach anybody. And then we'll go to page 4. Bids were due at 11 o'clock. And at 11 o'clock, we received these 7 bids, the time being submitted there right before the 11 o'clock hour. If you'll go to page number 5, the bids, we did receive those 7 bids. The best bid was submitted by the winning bid is Piper Sandler and Company at a 1.061767%. The cover bid was R.W. Baird at a 1.063, so a very close cover bid there. And then you can see the other 5 bids, Fidelity Capital Markets at a 1.086, FHN at a 1.12, Hilltop Securities 1.13, BOK Financial 1.133, and then Raymond James 1.14%. So sliding down to the next page, obviously Piper Sandler and Company out of Minneapolis was the best bid. This is their bid form that is before you now on page 6. And then on page 7, we have the actually the reoffering scale on page 7. So I want to show here, there's some couponing of 3% and then down to 1 and 1.1. The column, the yield column is the column to focus on. So you can see what the investors will be earning. Anyone that buys these notes for those various maturities will be earning a yield of anywhere from 30 basis points to 1.20%. And that is then that average of 1.06 that we mentioned a minute ago. Page 8, we went through and checked all 7 bids once we received them. And this is the tick, the true interest cost check of the winning bid at that 1.061767%. And then on page 9 is all the bids. So in case you just wanted to look at all the bids we received, they're listed there on page number 9. You can see all 7 bids.
He's off by 1 page.
Then if you'll go to page number 10, go one more page. And this is the final numbers that we took those bids, took the best bid and dropped it into the debt service schedule for the final numbers. You can see the project fund there. You will receive $3,127,000. That's the project fund that from the beginning. That I think is the cost of the projects that you are completing. The cost of issuance, underwriter's discount, which was bid by the winning bidder. We did get the bonds insured, or the notes insured, qualified them for insurance. That helped our interest rate, I think, a little bit. And the cost for that was $9,300. So that is included there on that first page. So y'all will actually, at closing, you'll receive the project fund amount, $3,127,000, plus the additional proceeds of additional $2,194.31, and any leftover cost of issuance. That cost of issuance is a budget. So if we get it all done for $70,000, that $5,000 balance will go back to the project fund. Then if you'll go down to the next page, in the final numbers there, you'll just see this is, again, the coupons and yields that were bid by the winning bidder. And then actually we can skip down probably to page 13, which is the last page in the packet. This is the debt service fund, or the debt service schedule for the project. One more page there, and we can go down to the debt service schedule. So that'll be the debt service schedule for the life of these notes. First payment will be $215.21 for $36,508, spot 69. And then you'll have the balance of the payments there, as you see, somewhere around the 338 to 333 range, kind of ranging in that category. We're very pleased with the bids, the number of bids, and certainly the interest rate that we received. We had estimated, we thought we might be a little conservative, but not this conservative. We had estimated about 175 is where we thought the market would be, maybe just slightly better than that in those early numbers that we provided to the board and to Dr. Scott and to Mr. Johnson. And we're pleased to say that the winning bid is at the 1.06 number. So that's a very quick review of the presentation. Be glad to answer any regarding this or the process or anything. Your bond counsel, I'm not sure if they're on tonight, but I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have related to the documents that you're executing. If they are on, certainly they can answer those questions.
Hey, Louis, just James Gardner. Just quick question: Are the bonds callable? Not that interest rates go any lower. I mean, good grief. But are the bonds callable at any point, or is there an opportunity to pre-refund these?
Yes, sir. We added a 7-year call, so we thought anything less than 7, we would probably have a penalty, if you will, or a premium on that. But if we at least held them for 7 years, we thought that we wouldn't get any impact on the interest rate, and that I think that's where we are. Nobody really was worried about the call, but there is a 7-year call on those. At the end of that period, if you want to pay it off, you certainly can. I think what you have before you tonight is an approval to award the bonds to the winning bid submitted by Piper Sandler at that true interest cost of 1.061767%. That is our recommendation, is to award the notes to that best bid.
Any other discussion or comments for questions for Mr. Wilkes? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the award the bonds to the winning bid.
Motion been made by trustee Scartama. Is there a second to his motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by, who was first?
I guess I was.
Trustee Tennant. Okay, seconded by Trustee Tennant. Is there any other discussion? We'll take a voice vote on it. Clepack, yes. Cole,
Yes.
Manning. Manning's not here. Nelson. Coach Nelson.
You gotta unmute, Coach. I see him talking, but you're muted, Coach. You gotta unmute.
See if I can read his lips. Okay, I think he
Give a
said
thumbs
yes.
up.
Okay, Trustee DeWitt,
Yes.
Trustee Scardabine,
Yes.
Trustee Tenon.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries by a count of 6-0. So once again, thank you for all your work, Mr. Wilkes. You've certainly helped us, I know, for the last 3 or 4 years, and you continue to help us. We appreciate everything you do.
Thank you very much. It's our pleasure to be with you guys. Always. We look forward to getting this closed in a timely manner, and y'all having funds on August 13th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Go to item B, delinquent tax collection report presented by Leslie Scotty.
Perfect.
Was that close?
That was perfect. You did it.
Okay. Okay. From Purdue, Brandon Fielder, Collins and Mott LLP, Ms. Scotty.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come and present this evening or show up on Zoom and present. I have before you a delinquent tax collection report you'll have in your board packet. And by way of intro, before I get started, I just want to kind of explain what you're looking at here. Please note that the report consists of delinquent taxes only. The tax office does a fantastic job of collecting the ISD. So to put this into perspective, for example, the tax office collected 97% of the ISD's base tax for the 2019 tax year. And this month, 2.7% of that 2019 base was turned over to us for collection. So just kind of want to preface with that and put that in perspective that we're getting a little piece of the pie and most of the tax base is getting collected by the tax office in a timely manner. My firm's services are of no charge to the ISD. So by statutory law, once you contract with a taxing entity to collect delinquent taxes, there's what is called a collection penalty that is tacked onto the tax after they are delinquent for a certain period of time. And that's how my firm gets paid. So we get paid from what we collect. So for example, taxes generally go delinquent in February, and the taxpayer will get a notice around May that my collection penalty will attach if the taxes are still unpaid in July. So for example, the 2019 taxes delinquent in February, taxpayer gets a notice, we call it a 3308 notice, and come July 1, they're turned over to me to collect and the collection penalty attaches. When I collect the tax, the collection penalty has become part of it, and that's how we get paid. So I just like to begin with that. So I will begin the delinquent collection report, and you'll see your first chart is the account breakdown chart. And this is just a snapshot of the delinquent roll. It tells me where we are and where the accounts are in the collection process. You'll notice the largest section is the action pending section at 42%. So these are mostly new accounts that just got turned over into July for the 2019 tax. So we're actively trying to reach the taxpayer and let them know about the situation. We try to phone call them at least 3 times. We send out a mass mailing this time of year. And we do title research if it's a real property to ascertain whether there's a lien holder. We want to notify them as well because they would also lose their interest in the property if we had to foreclose to collect the taxes. So at this stage, we're trying to reach out, get a hold of the taxpayer, and you'll notice that's the largest part of the pie chart, and that's typical for this time of year. So you'll notice the next largest section at 36% is the litigation section. And we file lawsuits when we exhaust our resources trying to call the taxpayer, send a letter, talk to their lien holder, send their lien holder a letter. So when we exhaust all those resources and the taxpayer hasn't made a commitment to pay or started a payment agreement, we find it necessary to file a lawsuit that would ultimately allow us to foreclose on the property. However, we work with the taxpayer all along the way. If they're willing and wanting to start a payment agreement, we help facilitate that so that they can keep their property. The next largest section is the deferral section at 7%. Individuals who are 65 or older or disabled may elect to defer payment of taxes only on their residential homestead. And this section of the pie chart represents taxpayers who've elected to do so. And we cannot actively collect those. That taxpayer may choose to pay those taxes during the pendency of the deferral. However, we cannot pursue legal action on those accounts. They're protected. The next largest section is the in-trust section. And these are accounts where we filed a lawsuit, took a judgment, the taxpayer never set anything up, never paid, and we had to go through an initial tax sale on the courthouse steps. There was no bidder to bid on the property. And so the property was struck off to the school district and is held in trust for the use and benefit of the taxing jurisdictions. And we maintain on our website a list of those properties that have been struck off and entertain private resale offers, as well as do public resales from time to time. The next chart in your packet is the dollar range chart. And this just gives me an idea of where the dollars are owed. And keep in mind while looking at this chart, we use a proprietary software to help us collect. So if Bob Smith owns 10 accounts, my program would put those 10 accounts together. And what I may be referring to as an account, or what may represent an account in this pie chart, may be Bob Smith's 10 accounts and not just one single account. And we do that so that I can collect Bob Smith's 10 accounts with one phone call rather than 10 phone calls at various times to Bob Smith. We just try to do that for efficiency. So sometimes what I refer to as an account, and while looking at this chart, consider that we group together several at a time. So these numbers aren't nearly as scary like in the 10,000 up, for example, when you consider that it could be several properties we put together for the ease of collecting. And we work our tax roll top dollar down to maximize our collection efforts. So just another collection tool. The third chart you'll see is the tax year chart. You'll notice 2019 is the largest section at 37%. That's the tax year that was just turned over to us on July 1. And we'll begin collecting 2020 in July of next year. So after 19, you see the sections get smaller and smaller. And you'll notice a large section for 2011 and prior at 26%. Just keep in mind that that's several tax years grouped together, and there's really tiny, tiny percentages due to each of those tax years. We just put it all together so for ease of reading the chart. And some of the reasons for those older properties or older tax years would be that they are in a deferral status and have been for some time, could be struck off to the taxing jurisdiction, or have some title issues. And we work year round with the appraisal district trying to solve those and trying to get taxes deleted off the roll if they can't be mapped and don't exist. Because, for example, if you can't figure out where the property is on a map, then we can't foreclose on it and sell it at a tax sale. And so therefore it's not a legitimate account. And the next 5 charts show historical collection data from 11 to 18. And I want to focus on the results for 17 and 18. You'll notice for 17, we're at 75% collected. And that's through May of this year. We didn't quite have the data for the closeout of the June month whenever I ran this report. So you'll notice we're 75% in 2 years for the collection of the 2017 tax year. And for 18, we're almost at 60% for almost the first full year of collections in that tax year. So in closing, we typically have a tax docket every month, and we try to conduct tax sales at least 2 to 3 times a year. And we just had one this month, in fact. And if you're interested in keeping up with that tax sale property, you can visit our website. It's on the front page of the report, www.pbfcm.com. And we maintain tax sale information on there. You can sign up for email alerts when we set up a tax sale, or you can research property that's been struck off to the taxing jurisdictions. Does anybody have any questions about the report?
Anybody? If there are none, we'll move to item C. Take action to approve a contingent fee contract with Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott LLP pursuant to section 6.30 of the tax code. Said contract being for the collection of delinquent government receivables owed to Bay City Independent School District, and notice of said contract is posted with the agenda in accordance with section 2254 of the government code. Would you like to add anything to that, Ms. Scotty?
The collection contract, it's basically the same one that we currently have in place. I only made one or two alterations. Namely, the biggest alteration is the time limit. The contract we're under right now was a bit confusing, and it renewed for, I think it said 2 consecutive 2-year terms, and then would continue year to year for a specific period of time. So this contract will begin August 30th, 2020, and will be in effect for 3 years until August 30th, 2023. And if no action is taken, it will continue on a month-to-month basis thereafter. I thought that was much more straightforward. And then there were a few housekeeping issues that the legislature changed, where you have to do a written findings if you agree to approve the contract, that you're entering into a contingency contract. And nothing's changed. The contract we have now is a contingency fee contract. Just the legislature changed requirements for entering into one with a taxing jurisdiction. So it's just a little extra item you have to take care of. It's a housekeeping matter. Are there any questions?
Anybody like to make a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve a contingent fee contract with Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott LLP.
Motion's been made by trustee DeWitt. Is there a second to his motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by trustee Scartamai. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? If not, we'll take a vote, voice vote. Clepack, yes. Cole?
Yes.
Manning, not here. Nelson?
Yeah,
Get
unmute.
your voice off, coach. Trustee DeWitt?
Yes.
Trustee Scartamai?
Yes.
Trustee Tenon?
Yes.
Trustee Nelson?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the motion carried by a vote of 6-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Scotty.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I'm glad everyone is well, and I hope everyone is staying safe, and appreciate your time. And it's a pleasure representing the district.
Thank you a lot. You be careful and be safe.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Item D, closed session. Consultation with legal counsel regarding limitation on appraised value of property application by Rome America, application number 1483, Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.087, and 551.129. And I believe we're going to take item E concurrently, consultation with legal counsel regarding possible sale of real property located at 2417 16th Street, Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.129. Oscar Trevino with Walsh Gallegos. Hopefully, Aaron, do you have a setup for closed session?
I do have it set up. It's ready to go, but I'm missing Oscar Trevino. He is not in attendance in the meeting yet.
And I've contacted him and he said, this is Rick. I've contacted him. He said he's joining as we're speaking right now. There's a Kathy Matthias with Moat Casey is also going to be in the closed session. She's our 313 expert that's going to too. So hopefully he'll join soon. I just talked to him and he said he was getting ready to join or was joining. So
I do have the room set up. It's
okay.
called
Oh,
room
you
one.
saw him.
Go over to the right.
Okay. Bob, Oscar's joined.
Okay.
All right, I've got him. Let me add him.
Good evening.
Okay, you are ready.
We're ready?
Yes, sir. Oscar Trevino is able to join the room now.
Hello, Oscar.
So I don't see the room.
I don't either.
Called breakout room 1. And down at depending on what device you're using on a PC, it's going to be down at the bottom of the screen for breakout rooms. You better click on it and select breakout room 1. If you're on an Apple product, I believe it's going to be either on the top of the screen or the right side under on your menu.
What will it say? Leave?
No, it's
I
not.
don't see any
It's not
option.
a breakout room, but there's not a. I'm on my iPad, Aaron, and there's no breakout room to select.
Okay, I've got you added.
I'm on a Surface Pro and I don't see anything about rooms anywhere.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Let me
I don't
close.
either.
I don't either.
Let me close it and recreate it then.
I can give you a thumbs up.
All right, so sign. Mr. Klepek, Ms. Cole, Mr. Scartamai, Mr. DeWitt, Ms. Matthias, Dr. Scott, Coach,
Yes.
Mr. Trevino. We've got Mr. Johnson in this session as well, and Mr. Tennant. And opened all rooms. You should be able to see them now.
Should we try to click leave? Because I don't see anything anywhere.
Yeah. No, don't leave. That'll make you leave the meeting. Mr. DeWitt joined the room. Let me.
At the bottom, I got participants, chat, share screen, record, and reactions, and leave. And that's all I got at the bottom.
You don't have 4 squares for breakout room?
No, I got a gallery with 9 squares at the top, but that's just changes my layout.
Yeah. Give me one.
I'm on a Apple phone and I don't have it anywhere.
Okay.
Only thing I have is a leave for Coach Nelson.
All right. Give me one moment. So when I created that breakout room, you didn't get a pop-up to join?
No.
I don't think any of us have we?
Oh.
Not this time around, I don't think.
I just have Mr. Trevino and Mr. DeWitt in the breakout room at the moment. All right, let me recreate again.
I know I don't want to push the leave button.
I'm tempted to.
Ooh.
Just to see if it works, not to leave. Because sometimes when it says leave meeting or leave room when you click it.
Yeah, you do have the option, like if you were already in the room, it would pop up to leave room or leave meeting.
Well, I clicked it and you don't get the option to leave the room, so.
Okay. Delete that room. Yes. Sign everybody again. Okay. Room is open now. You should have received the pop-up. I got Mr. DeWitt in the room again.
Nope, nothing.
We don't have it. Coach Nelson has nothing.
It might just be easier to kick everybody else out.
Let's see.
Woo.
I cannot put you in a room myself. I mean, I can assign you to a room, but I can't.
You want us to leave and rejoin this meeting? Maybe that.
No.
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, if it, James, if you want to try to leave and rejoin, and
I'll try
see
real
if
quick.
that will do it.
Hey, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
Hey, John DeWitt here. Hey, I got a message to join a breakout. I did, and it was just me and Oscar in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Several others are having trouble getting into the room for some reason.
Okay.
Dr. Scott, have you gotten anything?
I haven't gotten anything.
There's usually a box that pops up.
Yes. Here's Mr. Scortimine. Let me assign him and see.
Yeah, I'm back. Oh, yeah. The host is inviting you to join a breakout. So now I got to pop up.
All right. So there's something wrong with Zoom itself. There's a problem. If y'all would go ahead and leave the meeting and join again, I'll add you back to the breakout room and then we'll be good to go.
Hey, Aaron, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I got the host has open breakout rooms. Please wait to be assigned. I rejoined as there we go.
Should be assigned now. And there's Mr. Klepak. Miss Matthias. I need to get my view back up. Mr. Scott, Coach Nelson, Mr. Trevino, Okay, Ms. Cole is the only one that is not joined yet. Ms. Cole, can you hear me?
Yes.
Have you left the meeting and rejoined yet?
I guess not. Leave.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and leave and rejoin the meeting, and then I'll be able to add you to the room. There's a problem with Zoom itself.
I did leave meeting.
You did. Okay. Let me see if I can find you. William, will you make sure that she can join back again? Mr. Trevino, can you hear me?
Who are you looking for, Aaron?
Mr. Trevino, he left the breakout room.
Oh,
Whether that wasn't an accident or if he did it on purpose. But now I see that he's not even in the meeting any longer.
so maybe he'll try to get back in. I know Rick has his cell phone number.
Okay.
I can text Rick really quick and just make sure.
Okay. That'd be good.
Okay, I'll let you know. Aaron? Aaron?
Yes, ma'am.
Rick said he needs to go back in. Do you see him on the meeting?
He just came back in.
Okay, all right. He needs to go back in.
All right. I sent him the invite.
Okay.
Aaron, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So you still have folks who are not able to get in the breakout session.
Mr. Trevino dropped completely from the meeting. I just added him back. He's back in there now.
Okay.
Witt dropped completely from the meeting. And I don't see him at all in the meeting now. So I'm going to guess it's a connection issue on their side.
So it's the what's the lady's name who's supposed to be in there?
It is
she in there? Because she can actually
Kathy Matthias. Yes, she is in the breakout room.
Okay.
Everyone is in there now. Mr. DeWitt got back in. Yep.
It's bad because I thought we could put the shoes like however many pairs.
Wait,
in
wait.
there.
Hey, Linda. Linda Estrada.
Did you call me? Yes.
Okay. Yep. Just testing the connection to make sure.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I was just making sure my internet didn't drop or something at home.
Yes, ma'am. No, they've been in for a while.
Okay. Thank you. Aaron?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. We just wanted to make sure that we're still in closed session. It gets really quiet, so we worry a little. Thank you.
Good.
that?
You're back.
Huh?
You're back.
Oh.
It's 10 o'clock.
No joke.
4 hours.
But I figured that when you go to this here.
You're muted. You're muted, Bob.
I'm probably tired of hearing me talk anyway. Okay. All right, after discussion in closed session, we're going to, let's go to item F. I don't think y'all heard that part. We're back in open session at 9:32, I think it was. And after discussion in closed session, is there a motion to be made in open session on a resolution authorizing sale of real property located at 2417 16th Street?
Bob, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution for the sale of real property located at 2417 16th Street and to authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the real estate contract.
Motion been made by trustee Scardama. Is there a second to his motion?
Second that.
Seconded by trustee DeWitt. Before we vote on it, I want to read the resolution for our virtual audience. Resolution approving sale of real property. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Bay City Independent School District Board holds all rights and titles to school property of the school district, whether real or personal, and may dispose of property pursuant to Texas Education Code Section 11.151C. Whereas on October 21, 2019, the board voted to adopt a resolution of authorizing the sale of real property located at 2417 16th Street, Bay City, Texas, formerly the Bay City Intermediate School. Whereas the board has determined that the property has been advertised for sale according to Chapter 272 Texas Local Government Code. Whereas on May 12, 2020, the Board of Trustees received one bid for the property from SAL Holdings, LLC, in the amount of $14,563 and no cents dollars. The bid. Whereas the bid also includes asbestos removal and demolition of the improvements on the property at a cost estimated to be $324,450, and the commitment to construct 78 single-family residential homes by the year 2024 as part of a larger subdivision development that will result in a total of 245 single-family residential homes in the community. Whereas the planned SAL subdivision development will expand needed housing in the community, increase the tax base, and likely expand student enrollment for the district. And whereas the district and SAL will enter into the attached real estate sales contract with a special warranty deed containing a reversionary clause automatically reverting ownership of the property to the district if SAL does not meet construction requirements along with other standard terms and conditions. Now therefore be it resolved that the board approves the following by majority vote. That the findings and recitals in the preamble of this resolution are hereby found to be true and correct and are hereby approved and adopted. 2, that the board approves and accepts the bid of SAL Holdings LLC in the amount of $14,563 and no cents for the purchase of the property, the asbestos removal and demolition of existing improvements, along with the commitment to construct 78 single-family residential homes by the year 2024. That the board authorizes the superintendent of schools to negotiate a final real estate sales contract and its president to execute the special warranty deed and other documents necessary to convey the property to buyer upon payment of the property purchase price to the district in closing. The action to approve this resolution by the board was taken at a public meeting after appropriate notice of the date, time, place, and subject of the meeting as required by Chapter 551 Texas Government Code. We'll now take a voice vote. Clepack, yes. Cole?
Yes.
Manning, not present. Nelson?
Yes.
DeWitt?
Yes.
Scartamine?
Yes.
Tenon?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passed 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob, can I make a comment?
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I'm excited for the school district. I'm excited for the taxpayers, and I'm excited for a local business owner at the partnership that we formed to build this neighborhood. This is the type of forward-thinking partnerships that we need to be engaged in as a board to strengthen our relationships with our community. And so I'm extremely excited to see this project go forward. And so thank you. I think Stuart's watching. And so thank you for your bid and thank you for your effort and your investment in our community and our school district.
Thank you very much. Well said, Trustee Scarma. Go to item G, possible action on matters discussed in closed session, which would be referring to closed session item D, consultation with the legal counsel regarding limitation on appraised value of property by Rome America, application number 1483, Texas Government Code section 551.071, 551.087, and 551.129. After discussion in closed session, is there a motion to be made on item D?
Bob, I'll make a motion that the superintendent and legal counsel proceed as discussed in closed session regarding the Rome value of limitation agreement.
You heard the motion by Trustee DeWitt. Is there a second to his motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Trustee Tenon. Is there any other discussion? If not, we'll take a voice vote. Clepack, yes. Cole?
Yes.
Manning, not present. Nelson?
Yes.
DeWitt?
Yes.
Scartamine?
You're muted.
Yes.
Tenon?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carried by a vote of 6-0. We'll move to item H, and then we'll go again, closed session, consultation with attorney regarding proposed interlocal agreement between Bay City ISD, Palacios ISD, and Gulf Coast Special Education Services member school districts for the provision of select special education services for students with disabilities and related consent for multiple representation and waiver of attorney-client privilege, Texas Government Code, section 551.071. Paula Rolson. We're gonna have to get back in closed session, and we will go into closed session at 9:42.
Well, I need my, what you call it, man, my.
Lisa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You are scheduled to be in this closed session according to my notes on the agenda.
Okay, Paula Rolson is on the line. Is she logged in?
Yes, I have her in the closed session right now.
Okay, I think she just needs to be in there. I mean, I'm happy if they have a question, but I think Paula can handle it.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure because I had you on my agenda for that. So,
Okay, thank you. Paul,
thank
yeah, Paula should be there and she's ready.
okay.
Okay, remember to take it off of mute this time. We're back in open session. It's 9:57. We'll move to item I. Consider, discuss, and take possible action to, one, waive attorney-client privilege as to communications with Bay City ISD, Palacios ISD, and all member school districts of Gulf Coast Special Education Services, and two, give consent for Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Russo, and Kyle PC to engage in multiple representation of Bay City ISD, Palacios ISD, and all Gulf Coast Special Education Services member school districts regarding a proposed interlocal agreement between Bay City ISD, Palacios ISD, and Gulf Coast Special Education Services member school districts related to the provision of post-secondary transition services for adult students with disabilities. I move that the board, one, consent to allow multiple representation of Bay City ISD, Palacios ISD, and all Gulf Coast Special Education Services member school districts by Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Russo, and Kyle PC, and two, waive the attorney-client privilege between Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Russo, and Kyle PC, and Bay City ISD, Palacios ISD, and all Gulf Coast Special Education Services member school districts regarding a proposed interlocal agreement between Bay City ISD, Palacios ISD, and Gulf Coast Special Education Services member school districts related to the provision by Bay City ISD of post-secondary transition services for adult students with disabilities. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by trustee Scardemeyer. We'll take a voice vote. Clepak, yes. Cole?
Yes.
Manning, not present. Nelson?
Yes.
DeWitt?
Yes.
Scardemeyer?
Yes.
Tenon?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries by a vote of 6-0. Take item J, consider, discuss, and take possible action to, one, waive attorney-client privilege as to communications with Bay City ISD and Palacios ISD, and two, give consent for Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Russo, and Kyle PC to engage in multiple representation of Bay City ISD and Palacios ISD regarding a proposed interlocal agreement between Bay City ISD and Palacios ISD related to the provision of select services for students with disabilities, to include counseling services for students with vision impairments and occupational therapy services. I move that the board, one, consent to allow multiple representation of Bay City ISD and Palacios ISD by Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Russo, and Kyle PC, and two, waive the attorney-client privilege between Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Russo, and Kyle PC and Bay City ISD and Palacios ISD for the limited purpose of representing Bay City ISD and Palacios ISD regarding an interlocal agreement between Bay City ISD and Palacios ISD related to the provision of select services for students with disabilities, to include counseling services for students with vision impairments and occupational therapy services. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it, Bob.
Seconded by trustee Nelson. Take a voice vote. Clepak, yes. Cole?
Yes.
Manning, not present. Nelson?
Yes.
DeWitt?
Yes.
Scardemeyer?
Yes.
Tenon?
Yes.
Motion carries by a vote of 6-0. Go to item K, approval of consent agenda. 1, minutes of previous meetings. A, board workshop, June 11, 2020. B, regular board meeting, June 15, 2020. C, special board meeting, June 25, 2020. Number 2 is deleted. Approval of June financial report, not ready. 3, 2020-2021 employee handbook. 4, approval of 2020-2021 student code of conduct. 5, approval of contracted services 2020-2021. 6, resolution of the board regarding policy FFAA local physical examinations. 7, approval of 7th grade reading assessment waiver. 8, increase in daily instructional minutes for 2020-2021. 9, approval of partnership agreement with Germ Blast. Is there any item on the consent agenda that any trustee would like removed? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda without item 2, approval of June financial report?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda without item 2.
Motion made by trustee Tenon. Is there a second to his motion?
I second it.
Seconded by trustee Nelson. Take a voice vote. Clepak, yes. Cole?
Yes.
Manning, not present. Nelson?
Yes.
DeWitt?
Yes.
Scardemeyer?
Yes.
Tenon?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0. Moving on to item L, approval of employment of personnel. Ms. Volkmer.
Okay. Good evening, board. The administration recommends the approval of the elections as presented in your board book.
Thank you, Ms. Volkmer. Does any trustee wish to go into closed session? If not, is there a motion to approve employment of personnel as presented in board book?
Make a motion to approve the employment of personnel as presented in board book.
Motion made by trustee Scardemeyer. Is there a second to his motion?
I second it.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Nelson. Take a voice vote. Clepak, yes. Cole?
Yes.
Manning, not present. Nelson?
Yes.
DeWitt?
Yes.
Scardemeyer?
Yes.
Tenon?
Yes.
Motion carries by a vote of 6-0. And now we'll have our Region 3 Superintendent of the Year, Dr. Marshall Scott, to give his report.
Thank you, Mr. President. You can review your statements from Claycomb and Associates Architect, the monthly statements in your board book. Also, item B, you can find the resignations in your board book as well. Communications, first of all, I want to congratulate Marissa Wendell and Jana White on their appointments as principals. Let's give them a hand. Roberts Elementary and Cherry Elementary. I also want to thank the selection committee of teachers and parents and community members who actually went through the interview process for these positions and did their due diligence to get us the very best principals and educators we could get in front of our kids. So hats off to them. Just wanted to update the board. I'll be meeting with our back to school task force tomorrow to review our draft entry plan. And we're naming that Black Cat Blueprint for back to school. We have roughly a group of 25 teachers, parents, staff, and community members on the task force. This group will review our plan and provide us with feedback and recommendations prior to us bringing this draft to the board on Thursday's workshop. I really wanted to get as many voices to the table around how we actually re-enter our upcoming school year. We have many options. But I really want to get everybody's perspective on it. Superintendent has one, board members, you have a perspective, teachers have perspectives. And as many voices as we can get to the table, I think that will solidify the plan that we're actually going to put forth on behalf of our students and teachers and all of our staff here in the school district. Just wanted to update the entire board. Myself and a couple of trustees met with the city administration today to discuss the pool on 16th Street and where we could possibly go in the near future with that. One thing I do want the community to know is that superintendent, the administration, and this school board is committed to ensuring that our kids will be able to swim, that our kids will be able to be a part of a competitive swimming program. I know that right now we're kind of at the mercy of the city, and we're going to work with them as partners. But as you all know, I don't like being at the mercy of anyone. So board, we're gonna work collaboratively with the city and wish and hope for the best. But if all else fails and we have to go on this endeavor on our own, I am totally committed to making those adjustments. Any type of adjustments we have to make to ensure that our swim program is around as long as we keep producing top-notch swimmers. So thank you, trustees who actually attended that meeting today. Your presence was definitely felt, and I think it was necessary. So the city and other constituents around the city of Bay City will know that we're on one accord as we go about supporting our school district swim program, developmental swim programs across the city and across Matagorda County. We're definitely supporting the AquaCat. So again, thank you for your presence there. Just want to thank the teachers for their patience, and really the staff for their patience during this unprecedented time and the unknown. Guys, we did a wonderful job this spring making adjustments. I believe that we're poised to do the exact same thing this upcoming school year to keep our kids safe, to keep our teachers safe, and also ensure that we're providing the best educational opportunities for all of our students. It's going to be tough, but I haven't seen a task that we have not been able to accomplish here in the school district once we put our minds and our hearts and our thoughts together. So again, thank the entire community for being patient with us. We will have something out to you as soon as we present it to the board and we get the board's approval. And just know that I'm prayerful that we will all be better on the other side of this pandemic. Mr. President, that concludes my statement for tonight.
Anybody else have any comment? Anything for Dr. Scott?
I'd like to say thanks to Dr. Scott, Ms. Moya, Bob, you as well, being at the meeting today with the city and with the different partners there, wanting to make sure that our swimming facilities stay open, or we work towards an agreement to make things happen for our swimmers and for our kids and for our community, as a lot of people use that facility, and it's not just children. We have seniors that go out there as well and exercises that sometimes the only exercise that they can get. So just want to say thank y'all for being a presence there and showing how committed Bay City ISD is to our community.
Thank you, Trustee DeWitt. Anybody have anything else? If not, we'll move to item 8, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Trustee DeWitt. Is there a second to his motion?
I second it.
Seconded by Trustee Nelson. Take a voice vote. Clepack, yes. Cole,
Yes.
Manning not present. Nelson,
Yes.
DeWitt,
Yes.
Scardamine,
Yes.
Tenon.
Yes.
Motion carries by a vote of 6-0, and we are adjourned at 10:11. 10:11. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Night, everybody.
Night.